One, two, a 1, 2, a 1, 2, a 1, 2. Can y'all hear me out there? I got I got the I got the mic. I think I got the mic working. If y'all can hear me, if y'all can hear me, type 1 in the box. I think I got it working. When I tell you what the problem was, when I tell you what happened, why it wasn't working. What's going on? Oh, y'all must can't hear me. Oh, y'all can't hear me. So yeah. So is the sound better? Law of mathematics, free cipher, law of freedom. But the issue was, and I was wondering that, right? Is uh actually I got some other stuff hooked up. I'm gonna see if that works in a minute. But you know how today mostly everything comes with chargers, right? But it just so happens that this microphone works with a watch battery. So they had the little plastic thing in there so that the battery don't it don't waste out while it's sitting in the box before you buy it. So yeah, I had to figure that out. So now we in effect. We in effect. The law of mathematics, you did because it's I was thinking about that after I got off, right? When we was talking about reversing polarity. And today was already, you already see it's in that same lineup of that same lineup with pieces of steel. Let me see. Let me get the mathematics might be at work or something. Let me get this so I can see everything. Who's that? Is who recommended that? Who recommended that documentary to me? Gotham, the fall and rise of New York City. Because I watched it. They did. They let Mayor Lindsay have it pretty bad in there. They pretty much blamed him for everything that went wrong in New York City. But at the end when I watched it, what I thought about it was just that it seemed like something that Bloomberg did, right? Like I don't know if you notice that Rudy Giuliani, he's been having some rough times right now. So to me, it seemed like something that that Bloomberg just put that together, is kind of like, to help Rudy out. Because that's what it pretty much it was like a commercial for those two, and they definitely uh whitewashed some of the things that they did when they was in control. But that's what it is. Other than that, been watching Sanford and Son all day. He's waiting for a couple more people to get in here. We always have the What Did I Miss crew. Handful of more people. Let me see. Let's see if y'all can. All this time, why didn't everybody tell me that I was muted? that's I see how y'all do. See, the good thing is that I got these lights up here now. I got these lights up here on the equipment, so I was able to see that the bar. So yeah, Luke Cage, Alkim, Salam, Malik, Shalad. What's the signs? I went to purchase the fabric, and for whatever reason, uh, it's not going through. So I gotta. But I'm about to get busy though. I'm gonna just work with whatever. I'm gonna just make it happen. You know how we do. JP Fallen, uh, July 2nd. You know, I like shiny shit. Jury, rims, shit like that. But at any rate, being that I wasted, being that we already let time go past, as I was talking to myself here on mute, right? We could get right down to the question, right? What is the two pieces of steel? The two pieces of steel. Day two with my shoulder. I actually I was doing something. I had to carry something, and I put a little stinger or something on it, but it wasn't really. I was even though it got a little bit like it didn't get re-injured, but I pushed it a little past where it was supposed to, where I'm supposed to right now. But it ended up, uh, it wasn't bad. Like as soon as I end up stretching it, it's so, even though I had that little minor setback, day two, man, of my nerve not, I still feel it's like some kind of soreness. I guess it got to heal up from the time it was pinched. But so Freedom said magnets. But yeah, I just answered again. Your cousin Stan. Stan is not like me. But look, I got this right here. I got the gymnastic rings now. I got the gymnastic rings now. So if you want to do a next level of therapy, see this right here. You gotta hit all the little small muscles and everything when you deal with the rings. So the bar said positive and negative. Mark Radix, welcome to the channel, said the two pieces of steel gave birth to the magnetic. Okay, let's because that's a little bit different one right there. So you say the two pieces of steel gave birth to the magnetic. Uh can you add on? Can you add on to what you mean by that? Still there, Mark? District 120. So Mark Raddick said, I don't knowledge 120, but was told Yakub was playing with them and discovered the magnetic. Peter Goodman said, I was told it was the two germs. All right, so Mark Raddick's, right? Just remember that the science is universal, right? So, the same science applies to the pieces of steel. The what gives birth to the magnetic in the piece of steel is how the protons and electrons is organized. Right? When all of the protons and electrons is on one side or the other, then that's what they call them poles. They're polar opposites. Like somebody said a little bit earlier, positive and negative. You see what I'm saying? So it's one piece of steel that has the magnetic, right? And one piece of steel that does not. And so Yakub discovered, right, the science that I just manifested, right? That, through manipulating the positive and negative, right, you could create magnetic, right? Or you can manipulate the piece of steel without the magnetic. Is a better way to say it. He said, of course, I would be attracted to the opposite, creating a magnetic between myself and my brother. Okay, look, you stay tuned. Stay tuned. You see what I'm saying? Because see what we dealing with right now, right? You don't know 120. But what we dealing with right now is those is Yakub's rules, right? The rules of magnetic that he used. You see what I'm saying? But there's more than one form of magnetic. That's in that form. But see, you also got like is attracted to like. Think all this stuff. I read the instructions or something. I just want to get this. See, those is Yakub's laws. Those is Yakub's laws that he go according to. The laws that we go according to is like attracts, and unlike repels. See, that's how we manipulate the pieces of steel without the magnetic as we get them away from us. And let them go do their negativity wherever they please while we do what we got to do. All right, I gotta check that out in a minute. Yeah, that's a great point right there, District 120. The steel doesn't give birth to the magnetism. But we still only got a couple of answers there. We still only got a couple of answers there about what's the two pieces of steel. See, I'm gonna have to read the manual. X and Y chromosomes. Original seed. Anyone Bueller? Don't everybody answer at one time. The question is, what is the two pieces of steel? You got J, Master Ruler. What is the two pieces of steel? Mind and body. Jay said one with magnetic and one without. The piece of steel with the magnetic is the positive black man with the knowledge of self, who has the power or ability to attract those who do not know the truth. Knowledge born. Well, y'all gotta bear with me. I'm trying to, black people. You see, there's a reason why. There's a reason why. Uh, I guess it's taking a little minute for these answers to come right here. That's right there. All right, we get back to playing with that later. So you say the two hemispheres of the brain. You say he was playing with the wisdom. Mark Raddick says, so do the two pieces still relate to knowledge and wisdom? Indeed, they do. See, when you dealing with the two pieces of steel, right? When you dealing with the two pieces of steel, it's not just telling you about it's not just telling you strictly about who knows what to do. It's not just talking about playing with magnets, right? In the form of, in the form of playing with the little magnets that we have on the refrigerator, or the little horseshoe things, right? Awareness daily. I mean, yeah, it's about polarization, of course, but see, it's about the attraction power. See, it's about the mindset. See, the mindset of unlike attracts, right? So here's the thing, right? Now, and we all on here right now, but it just shows you how the mindset that you have when you're going about whatever it is that you're going about, right? See, the internet can be the piece of steel with magnetic, and you can be the piece without. See, if you on there with the wrong mindset, like see, for instance, right? Look, uh, for instance, right? When I look in the analytics, I can see some of the videos that people are looking at. Like some of the videos that people are looking at, and then my video comes up in the what's the name, right? So some of us is looking and look. I'm saying I do the same thing, right? When we get on there, right? I mean, of course, there's always uh entertaining yourself and all that, right? But we got to see the signs. We got to or see right here, right? When you say, uh, different kinds of people, good people and bad people. But see, all of these things, right? You know, uh, awareness daily. You said intentional creation of differences. Now, see, it's already differences. It's already differences. But what piece of steel has the magnetic? See, this is not. See, we gods. So it's not like the this is just an arbitrary thing. Which piece of steel has magnetic? See, just like listen, once upon a time we didn't have the knowledge, right? And we wasn't the piece of steel with the magnetic. But see, it was something that we did, right? It was something that we did that developed our magnetic so that we was the piece that attract. You understand what I'm saying? See, look, here's a question, right? Is you making money or is money making you? See, look, we all of us, this is our brother. I'm not going to say no names, but look, I got a brother that I always ask him, are you getting power you or is power you getting you? See, what's the piece of steel with the magnetic? See, even when sometimes you got to be in a situation, right? You got to be in a situation, even look, our duty is amongst the dead, right? Look, there's no in between. There's building and there's destroying. So see, Born can tell you that back in the days, that's what we used to be taught. That look, when you go around to 85, right? Either they're gonna make you more 85 or you're gonna make them more five. But it ain't gonna be in the middle. Like you can't get a sandwich. Like you know how you get a sandwich, right? And then sometimes like, see, I don't eat mayonnaise. So look, put mustard on my half of the sandwich. But see, if you eat ham, then now we can't do half of that sandwich. Like if we get a pizza pie, right? You can't get sausage on your side of the pizza. See if that happens, right? Then they've drawn me that way. They the pizza still with the magnetic. Right, premium elevation. See, in everything that you're doing, right? Whatever is the people involved is the people involved. Whatever is the elements of that cipher involved is the elements of that cipher involved. But what's the piece of steel with the magnetic? Yeah, if you go amongst the uncivilized and don't teach. But see, look, if you go amongst the uncivilized and don't teach, you worse than them though. See, they just uncivilized, you savage. You uncivilized and a savage. See, they got an excuse. Well, what happened then? I didn't even catch that. My Where's my sound going? Can y'all hear me? I keep my eye on this equipment. Yeah, got all this new pimping. Type one if you can still hear me. So I got all this new pimping over here. I gotta figure out how to use it. All right, bet. Yeah, because I got the new things, right? But I'm saying, look, we seen that since elementary school. In other words, you become the piece of steel with the magnetic by standing firm in your principles. Indeed. Oh, wait, the sound disappeared now? Let me see something. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. I see it on the thing. Oh, I don't know. Let me put the mic down. Maybe I hit the button or something without realizing. But let me go back up here to this comment. So you said standing firm. You become the piece of steel with the magnetic by standing firm in your principles. I mean, yeah, that's a part of it. That's a part of it, right? Because indeed, if and look, I've seen it happen where a brother meets a woman, right, and the next thing he's cold stone 85, full blown, and that's how I started. you know, when because for the most part, when you're dealing with the two pieces of steel, right, and you one way and the other piece of steel is another way, that's based on your principles. Now, at the same time, right, you may have a principle, and then this person may have some knowledge that you didn't have. You know what I'm saying? That's not to say, you just got to be closed-minded and stubborn about everything. But at the same time, we got knowledge of self. We know certain things, that we about and that we want to be about, and certain things that we not about. She says, so the two pieces of steel create the opportunity to make a choice in our own mind. See, it just is what it is. It's one of them things like this. Mark Radix. Have you ever heard this saying that if you at the poker table and you can't tell who's the fool there, who's the Vic, that is you? Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that saying? See, it's not just the opportunity. This is every day. They continue daily. Like, so you got people that wake up in the morning, right? And they idea, like they think about how much money you got, right? Because they plan is to, and not steal it. They gonna sell you something. Like, see, on the internet, they got your whole everything you look at. They got a estimate of how much money you make, how much you pay on rent, and all of that. Like when Netflix say this is the price we charging, they didn't went through all of that. So I don't know, when you say things like opportunity and choice, like, nah, this is what's happening every day. You said, do the two pieces of steel have any attraction power without being magnetized? See, now you getting into now you getting into now you getting into the high science. Now you're getting into the high science. See, because I wasn't gonna go there. We was gonna keep it simple, right? But look, let me ask you a question, right? If this for everybody in the room, right? Which piece of steel are you? So I've been keeping it simple, man. You see, we went through yesterday. We was on the 136. Now to everybody in the room, which piece of steel are you? A VC round. What's the deal? What's the deal? I seen you answer something at the end. Don't think I forgot about what's going on with the mayor. I'm waiting. I see you've been ducking ever since. You've been ducking ever since I've been asking about that. So why says neither? Mark Raddick said, I'm thinking steel don't have no life, but I hear you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Divine truth. Now I was born, said I hold the pieces, they are my tools. District 120 said, I'm the original man, original seed. Uh, original seed said he's the piece with the magnetic. Anyone else? Peter Goodman. Peter Goodman said, I'm the one with the magnetic in it. Anyone else? He said, you have to be the piece that draws the other pieces in. See, now look, let me tell y'all which piece I am, right? I'm the magnetic. See, now District 120 is too late. It's too late. It's too late. It took you that long, huh? It took you that long to figure that one out. Hey, look, you're getting the hang of this. You start listening, you starting to pick up steam. See, I'm the positive piece of still striving to maintain righteousness within myself and around others. See all that stuff, all that. See, look. Like I told y'all before. See, I was waiting. I thought y'all was gonna figure that one out, right? Because y'all know I'm high explosives, right? See, I don't experiment and I don't play. See, the piece of steel is out there. Those that let the 5% teach them, right, will get the magnetic. But what was I can't even recall what was I saying before you just sidetracked me with that? See, one thing about this right here, it records this unit that I got. So in the future, I might have to just bring that back, bring that beat back. I had to bring that beat back, at certain times so I can. But what's the brother's name that was just talking? Mark Radix. Mark Radix, you got a little bit better grasp on that now. what happened to Mark Radix? Some people drop in and out, I guess. But so to summarize, right? The two pieces of steel is symbolic to the differences in any situation. You understand what I'm saying? You know, the differences in any choice that you got to make. So you could be dealing with men and women. You could be dealing with going to school or cutting class. See, it's various differences. And see, this is what Yakub started observing from a young age, is that it's various differences. And if you manipulate those differences, right, with his plan, he made the devil. You see what I'm saying? When he's seen the differences, just in black and brown, right? Then he realized he can manipulate the differences, right? So how he manipulate the differences, right? He made the brown, the positive, right? The holy baby. And he made the black, the negative, the angel baby, right? All of these, this is, if you got a brown seed, this is going to grow up to be a great man. Black seed, he's not going to make it. So now you place the magnetic with one, and then you manipulate it. I'm saying that's Yakub's plan. I'm talking about that's what it's telling us in the lessons right there. See, that's why I'm the magnetic, because see, in all these various worlds and all these different situations, right? Because see, this is what I'm saying, right? On the internet, like see right now, I'm the piece of steel with the magnetic, right? I'm in control of the magnetic, right? Other times, if I'm watching something now, that's a different world. In order for me to show and prove my magnetic, I gotta show and prove that I could cut it off. Because that's how I'm interacting with it. You understand what I mean? If the other person is doing the video, they doing the talking, then if I'm not getting nothing positive from it, if I'm not getting nothing positive from it, right? And I'm just getting caught up, watching reality TV or something where you can't cut it off. When you get to that point where it's like, when I see you, you telling me all about the latest episodes of the reality TV, but you don't know your lessons. See, that's when you've lost your magnetic. That's when you've lost your magnetic, right? And you being drawn up. See, as long as you drawing that up, right? You know, within the limit of what it is. You said being on the internet creates that space. where I feel like I can tell jokes, but got utmost respect that you're trying to teach so I can see both pieces. So one piece has the magnetic and the other piece gets magnetized. It gets attracted. Magnetized would mean that it became magnetic itself. Seen Truth, welcome to the channel. But see, even if when you read in the Bible, right, it said Yakub, he had the spotted and the speckled. See, those is the difference. Those are the different physical characteristics and the different mental characteristics that people came out there with. See, and here's the thing. When it says they continue daily, right? See, that's what you gotta remember, that is, just like, the I learned from certain people. You understand what I'm saying? And uh, the way anybody grew up, right? The nature in which you was created, right? And then the environment that you was nurtured in, right, got something to do with who you are and how you do things. So see, they already came from under like a trap, right? Then you on the island of Patmos where, clearly, you know, people telling on each other, you gotta be watching your back and all of that. You understand what I'm saying? It's all this distrust and everything. So what I'm saying is that you could look, at those degrees, right, from 21 to 33, and you will see a lot of the same principles that they apply right now. They see in terms of sowing division amongst people over complexion, they still do that. And so that's why I say, it's not really, when you're saying it's like a lackadaisical choice, like, nah, this is the science that you got to apply. This is, see, yesterday, that was when we talked about reversing the polarity. Knowledge is the first step of everything. Like, before somebody presents you with the different idea than Christianity, if you grew up Christian, right, or whatever religion that you grew up in, right, until somebody presented you with a different idea, you might not have even been able to conceive. I know I couldn't, when at that time, because like I said, we don't have, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have, the music and all that. So when somebody said that the black man is God, it was like they grew a horse head over here on the side of their shoulder. He said to add on, magnetism is also dual, so it's equally about knowing how to repel, not just how to attract. Indeed. See, that's what I'm saying. So the importance of the two pieces is attract and repel, and knowing this brings a reward to those doing the knowledge. I'm trying to understand your question here. You said, so the importance of the two pieces is attract and repel. Well, look, the importance of the magnetic is to attract and repel. See, the two pieces, right, can be any two pieces. See, if it's two pieces, right, then they different. Now, the question is why they different, right? Like they could be two pieces of one body. See, that's what Yakub did. See, it was two pieces in one body, and he separated them. He said, and knowing this brings a reward to those doing the knowledge. No, knowing this brings a reward to those who put that into activation. See, like if you come to the conclusion, right, that whatever it may be, right, that yo, you know what, this shit is drawing me up. I'm not drawing this up, right? Like you could be hanging outside, right? But you got something to do in the morning. You got to go, take your kids to school in the morning, and you staying out until you end up messing that up. You end up getting them there late. So now something out there was the piece of steel with the magnetic. You see what I'm saying? You would have to put that into activation. Like you know how you got people that they know they got a problem. Like they know they smoke crack. They know they gamble too much. They know they got problems, but then they not doing nothing about it. So no, they not getting no reward. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're not just a magnetic, you're the sole controller over your magnetic and who you attract into your cipher. Indeed. It's not it's not, you got 92 elements, you got 92 natural elements, right? And then everything is made out of that. Even the other elements that's man-made is made out of the elements that's, now that you got all these elements here at your disposal, right? It's about, yeah, what you gonna do with it. You know how two people could be in the same situation and one person finesse it, and the other person fuck up. Seen truth. Your name reminds me. It used to be used to actually be a couple of dudes back in the days that used to write graffiti. That was their name. He said, "Am I the positive cat with the magnetic and emotional content into the equation, or staying away from the bullshit? Doesn't that create another problem in your mind?" He said, "If you're the positive cat with the magnetic and emotional content into the equation, yeah, you got it. The spell check got you right there. Spell check, uh, the artificial intelligence. Yes, the artificial intelligence turns your highly intelligent question into gibberish right there. You gotta turn the AI off. All right, so what's the real question though? You said if you got the magnetic, it's simple to repel the BS. Well, it's not always that simple. You see, because this applies to bloodsuckers. You see, the thing about a bloodsucker, right, is that uh they survive off of being around you. You know, separation from you is death for them. Like you never see nobody that's a jerk by themselves. Like you don't, I mean, like they might travel by themselves, but that's kind of the definition of being a jerk is, your interactions with people. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, you gotta look up some called Luciferians. You said if you put more emotion into repelling BS, don't that create another problem on a higher plane? Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying, right? So you saying, I mean, what's the BS? There's a difference between having emotions and being emotional. You know what I'm saying? Now, in some instances, right? I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but I'm give you a scenario, right? Now, if you're dealing with a situation where somebody is emotional, right? And that's the BS, then yeah, you getting emotional is only going to cause more problems. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you being emotional, for the most part, it's not going to solve no problems anyway. You know what I'm saying? But just saying that uh yeah, that's just gonna compound. I don't know if the word is necessarily put more emotion. I mean, in the sense of this, right? In the sense of this is the emotion that you could put into whatever the problem is, right? You could put into whatever the problem is and come out right, right? Do you love yourself? I mean, for real. See, if you love yourself, right? I'm not saying selfishly you don't love nobody else, but I'm saying if you love yourself, right, then why subject yourself to certain shit? You understand what I'm saying? If you love yourself, there's certain things that you just, no, I'm not going to do that, right? Because I love me. I'm chewing lip, but just to say like if somebody's angry, right? You're not gonna solve their anger by getting more angry most of the time. You know what I'm saying? You said I meant adding on emotional content after repelling came easy at the jump for the original man. You gotta go into your settings and turn the artificial intelligence off. 793rd. But I mean, well, see, one of the things, right, is I'm wondering why you bringing that up. Like, are you bringing that up because and that's why I'm because you knew. So I'm trying to see what it is you're trying to communicate, right? Are you communicating that like being rational and being emotional as two pieces of steel? Nah, you gotta fall back. See, every day now, this is the new thing we got to deal with. I keep telling you, look here, man. This. these people don't they ain't got nothing to do with no place to go. They got plenty of time. They got plenty of time to sit there until you get it right. They ain't got no place to go. Hey, look, who's a piece of steel with the magnetic? By the way, Mark Radix, how did you know, how you come to be acquainted with the 5%? How did that how did that happen? So what I heard was repelling came easy at first. Then if you add your own emotions, will not make problems for yourself on a higher plane. Um, well, the thing is, I'm not sure why you would add your emotions. Like, uh, you know, if you have someone or something in your midst, right, that you want to repel, right, then, once you repel it, cipher complete. You know, uh, why would you add emotions on to that? S. Reeves, Jakim, old schoolers in the building. Andre Coleman said, "Why would you ever want to repel? You gotta, there's devils in the world, Andre Coleman. There's devils in the world. They must be repelled." He said the Wu drop in way back then. My best friends told me I needed to talk to his cousin about the math, but I always walked alone. Never really had much besides the music. Yeah, see, that's gonna be a problem. So you know what that's like, Mark Radix? That's like trying to become the heavyweight champ by watching Rocky movies. That's like that's like you buy a whole bunch of Run Shaw movies, and then you try to enter into the UFC. just saying that, look, not telling you what to do with your life, just saying that, if you're gonna explore it, what I'm saying? If it's something, let's say if you've been looking at it to get answers to something, right? Yeah, you're not gonna find those answers like that. You know what I mean? You're not gonna really find out what we about and all of that. You know what I'm saying? You said it sounds like he's comparing repelling and ignoring. Hmm, that could be the case. He said, but the devil's not trying to build anyway. They trying to repel you. No, they're bloodsuckers, Andre Coleman. See, as bloodsuckers, right, they need the original man in order to exist. See, and look, that's before you even get to this high level, right? You know, in the streets, you got hustlers and you got robbers. You know what I'm saying? Just in general, in life, you got producers and you got consumers. And the consumers cannot exist without the producers. The robbers can't exist without the hustlers. See, anytime you see a whole bunch of people, right, that they just robbed and that's it, they always broke. Because they got to wait for somebody else to do their thing so they could get some money. Says, so what should we do? Well, see, you said we right there, right? All of us, but mostly you should rewind. should should rewind back, right? You know, about some of the things that we were speaking on. But in general, right? What we had to do, right, is understand that we in control of that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things, it's simple. You walking past or whatever, but I'm saying that look, right now, in a couple of months, right, they're gonna put clothes for the spring and the summer in the stores. See, that person who put that stuff in the stores, that's a person who has a plan for your money. You see what I'm saying? See, when do you have a history that you've predicted for yourself? That's a question for you, Andre Coleman. Do you have a history that you've predicted for yourself? You said Hubis. I guess you mean Allah is the best of planners right there, right? So this is what I'm saying. In the course of a time, right? In the course of whatever endeavor it is that you predicted for yourself, right? Is there ever people who, coming into the midst that they not beneficial to that? And maybe even contradictory. They detrimental to what it is that you're trying to do. do you ever encounter individuals like that in your endeavors? Deer Park, that's good water. You said seems like they are better than me. Okay, Andre Coleman, you going? You going a little off. Going a little off course there. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. So, where we at? We got any questions about that? Any questions about the? I'm talking about the general, not just now. In general, what we've been doing. Let's see some before we wind this down. Let me see if hold up. Did did that come out? Damn it! I got I gotta get all. I need to get all this. Hold up. Did, did that come out? I don't think so. I gotta get all. I need to get all this. Trying to get my cause I got various programs. Did that come out? I don't think so. Andre Coleman said I'm outnumbered. What you was trying to do? Trying to get my I figured that out. I got a whole other level. I got a whole other level of stuff here. But what you say, you're outnumbered, you're trying to be free. What is that funny? I'm saying you said I always thought the two pieces of steel, the two pieces related directly to Yakub finding magnets. Now it was about the society that Yakub observed, right? You know, man and women, 70%, 30%, you know, all of these things. Now, don't get me wrong, right? You know, playing with the magnets is a part of it in terms of, yeah, you know, you noticing that these differences also exist in other things, you know, as these magnets attract each other, you know, different factors in society, I can see they react and respond the same way, you know, but in reality, it's about these various differences in society, you know, and you know how people was treating each other and relating to each other, right? So that's what he promised his nation what he would do. But yeah, I'm still like, cause Andre Coleman, you said you're outnumbered and all you want to do is be free, right? But I'm saying none of us ain't asked you to come here. Okay, look, here's what I'm gonna do. Let me just say it. I'm gonna just because you know sometimes people take my advice. So look, I'm gonna just say this. Look, whoever whoever is holding Andre Coleman hostage, can you please let him go? He just yearns to be free. You know, and another thing, see, this is what I'm saying, Andre Coleman. You gotta watch what you're talking. See, when you say I'm outnumbered, right? You know what you said there, right? Do you know what you said there, Andre Coleman? I bet you Andre Coleman doesn't even know what he said. See, Andre Coleman, by you saying you outnumbered, you just saying you not with us. You in America, but you not with us. Oh, you said, wait, you outnumbered by who? Who you outnumbered by in America? You're outnumbered by the devils. So you're outnumbered by the devils in America, and somehow you had a, it took a extra step for you to come to an understanding about why you need to repel. That could be the problem, Andre Coleman. You know what I'm saying? Why you're surrounded by devils because you're not repelling them. All right, original seed, repel where? District 120 just told you, take them off your planet. I mean, look, if you liked them, you liked them. Don't complain to me if you like being around them. Frankie Blanco. Round of applause. Hey, look, the bar. I was gonna hit him. I was gonna hit him with the Bill degree in the 1 to 14. Cool Dre said he's good. He's out. It's all good. But yeah, Frankie Blanco, we come in, we winding this one down. You can check it out. It's a decent one. You know, uh, it's probably one that it'd have been better if you was on during the time. Nah, I don't think so, Dubois. I don't think, you know, uh, you know, there's a lot of things, right, that people are under the impression that the knowledge itself can help them with. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, we can't. You know what I'm saying? It's not that it's not no help for them, right? It's not that it's not no help for them whatsoever, right? But uh is not here. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say a person, they break their arm or something, right? You got to go to the people who have the expertise about that. When this science, we deal with the basic foundation. And then, see, like I said, after that, whatever you're going to build, right? Whatever heaven you're going to build for yourself, right? You got to build that. It's not, Jesus is not no way. Well, if people believe that, I don't want to crush their dreams, but just saying in terms of 5%, we're not in that mindset that Jesus is preparing our place in heaven for us. You said what's there already that makes them think that? They've been deeply ingrained with religious concepts. You understand what I'm saying? When those, these things where you kind of suspend your rationality, right? You know, the Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, you know, uh Adam and Eve, these kinds of things, that's what's in your mindset. You see what I mean? So like when you hear the term God, right? Like, okay, yeah, it means the most high or whatever, but through the way people used it, through the way people use it, right? It's charged with certain, religious connotation and energy, for those who is in that mindset. You know what I'm saying? And so for a lot of people, when they come into the knowledge, right, they still carrying a lot of those Christian concepts, right? So they start thinking that, okay, all the stuff that is said in the Bible, right? All these powers that it said that God had in the Bible, that the black man has those powers. So they don't understand that it's not just that the mystery God is fake. All those other powers is not real either. If it is real, right? I'm just saying that we haven't really come across that phenomenon yet. You know what I'm saying? We haven't come across that phenomenon of an effect without a cause. So then and therefore, that's not our view of the world, but uh, you know, the like I said, the Christians, the church and everything, they do a lot to burn that into your mind. Those ideas of Christianity. See all those songs and the Christmas plays and the Easter egg hunts and all of this stuff. They do a lot. See, they tell you how you got to indoctrinate them. I don't know specifically if that's in the Bible or if that's just a Christian saying, but uh, they say, look, you got to teach a child when they got $1 that they need to give a dime to the church so that as they grow older, when they got $100, they're going to give $10 to the church because you raised them like that. So see, when you get exposed to this knowledge, right? This is something new, right? This has made a change. Now that's the thing, right? I've been I've been dealing with the knowledge, right, for twice as long in my life, right, than I was at 85. Over twice. You understand what I'm saying? And so, that's the dominant, like if we form habits, right, and at least a certain amount of our behavior is through the formation of habits, right? I've just spent more time forming habits as a 5%er than not, right? Including in my formative years, when my brain is still, they say now your brain don't get, fully developed till you're 25. So see, I had, you know, a considerable amount of time while my brain was still forming. You know what I'm saying? Andre Coleman, I don't know. You over here talking about the earth is spacious. Believe so this Andre Coleman says, believe me, original people inhabit most of the earth. But yeah, that's one of the things, right, that you have to deal with, right? Is that see you are what you eat, right? So that's physically and mentally. You know what I'm saying? So to say where we say the devil taught him how to eat the wrong foods, right? The devil taught him how to eat the wrong foods mentally, right? What's the sign, Shalot? The devil taught him how to eat the wrong foods mentally, right? You are what you eat. So if they've been eating that religion, right, they're gonna have to spend some time eating you know, knowledge. They're gonna have to spend some time eating rationality, right? Digesting that mentally, right? When you digest something, now you could get an understanding from it, you could get the best part from it, But yeah, that's why you got people that don't see. And like I said, you know, now, or at least, in recent years, where you got people coming into the knowledge at an older and older age, right? It takes longer and longer for them to get that. It takes a longer time. You know what I'm saying? Like if an old person breaks a bone, that's different than a little kid breaks a bone. See, they was growing anyway. Like that was going to heal anyway because they was already growing. But the older a person get, then the more that's going to be. You're going to have to go out of your way to make sure that that heals. And it's the same thing with this knowledge where it's like, yeah, that's the more work for you. Even in terms of look at the life that you built, right? If you get the knowledge at 30, right? Let's say you already been married in Christianity, you already got kids, right? Your favorite meal has been barbecue ribs, right? Your favorite meal has been spare ribs for 15 years. You understand what I'm saying? So now when you go to make the changes in your life, that's how much other stuff you got to change. See, if you're getting the knowledge 13, 14, 15, a lot of these people that you know them in junior high school, you you still just building your life. So in terms of, how easy it is for you to change and how quickly you see the results of that is see, one thing you gotta deal with though, Mark Radix. Well, it's not really you gotta deal with it, but just in terms of, everybody got asked that question that gets kind of exposed to this or whatever, right? That with knowledge, there's levels, right? Where I could show, I could take a 5-year old outside, right? And point at a car and ask him, what is that? And he will say, it's a car, but he don't know how to drive it. See, there's people with a driver's license and they know how to drive it, but they don't know how to fix one. See, there's people that if you bring the car in there, mostly together, they can fix the parts, but they don't know how to build a car. See, it's levels to it. So see, it's the same way, you could hear somebody using our language, right? And know that, okay, yo, those brothers must be, 5% or whatever, but you don't know what we're talking about. So that's a decision just that, uh, you might want to make, you know what I mean, in terms of, do you want to just know about what we teach? You know what I'm saying? Maybe you've already decided this is not for you, but certain knowledge and wisdom that we manifest, you able to grow off of that. So, you might come on the lives or you might have people in your everyday life that you deal with. You know what I'm saying? All the way up to, the fullest level, the highest degree, which is internalizing this. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of what we dealt with today, right? You got to make that decision whether you want to be the magnetic, right? Like there's a difference between knowing about these things and then really embodying them. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that we teach, but then, being a teacher is something different. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, definitely if you're trying to get an understanding of a lot of things that we dealing with, there's just a lot of it that, it comes through experience. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be able to memorize it. The stuff you're supposed to memorize is your lessons, right? So that you can have that on cap so that you can refer to the lessons that's in those stories, the things that those people learn in those stories, right? By how they dealt with various situations, right? Like, see, we was talking about, okay, we've discovered what happens, right, when we deal with separation. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying we as people who, we study the lessons. So it's like, okay, now we see we see what the process is, right? All the way from the idea, right, to what is a real devil. It says that what it means in the 12 Jews' internal happiness. Well, yeah, the 12 Jews, right, is things that it's supposed to be, kind of principles that is included in your life. You know what I'm saying? So like when it says happiness, that don't mean that you go to the beach and you watch kids play and they happy and you depressed. So yeah, it's ultimately that's happiness that you're supposed to be achieving, right? Because uh, at the end of the day, is because you've dealt with the first 11 jewels, that is. Classic moments out there in the Midwest. Where's about is that? What part of the Midwest? Because most of America is the Midwest. Am I the only person? Am I the only person that's noticed that there's no Mid East? Just saying, sometimes you said food, clothing, shelter, love, peace, and happiness. Then internal happiness after that. Well, I mean, that term's a little bit kind of redundant there though. Like what is external happiness? I don't know about the then, all I know is the 12, but the 12 jewels, by the way, right? Those is not That's not a part of our foundational lessons. Like, see, that's the kind of thing that you can't get confused about. That's the kind of thing that you can't get confused about if you mostly getting exposed to this through music. You know what I'm saying? So I want to be clear about that. Yeah, but I'm saying there's no Mid East. It's just the East. The East is just the coast. Like Kentucky and all that, that's not the East. Tennessee is not the East. You know what I'm saying? Like you one is only those states on the Atlantic is the East. Even certain states, that's big enough. Like when you get to the other side of Pennsylvania, that's not the East. Philly is the East. Minnesota. All right. It's a the God Divine is from out there in Minnesota. Said the mid East Coast refers to the mid Atlantic. Yeah, but that's all. That's East Coast. Just when they say East, right? It's just those states. But yeah, you're right. The mid Atlantic. Sometimes they include New York in the mid Atlantic because you go from the mid Atlantic into New England. Sometimes New York is considered New England. Sometimes it's not. But yeah, though, Mark Radix, you said you had to be out, but yeah, I just wanted to hit you with that, last couple of messages right there. So when things start heading west is when the problems start showing up. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, see, Mark Radix, this is the second time. This is the second time. Uh, you said that. Problems don't just show up. See, all that above is caused by the Son of Man. See, shit happens, right? And you either prepared yourself for it or you haven't. You see what I'm saying? Like for instance, one of the things, right, that you used to hear brothers say a lot, right, is that, when you got a problem, you ain't always got to go through it. So you could go around it or you could go over it. But you have to have prepared yourself, first of all, to be able to see that problem coming. Some people is in the mix of a problem and don't know that that's the problem. So when you start saying these things, it's like, nah, if that person is honest with themselves, right, then they will be able to look back and see the part that they played in it. Not saying that it's not diabolical. People out here that it's like, okay, now this person presented you with something, but I'm saying that regardless to whom or what, there was a part that you played in it. Like if somebody stole something from you, right, you left your stuff somewhere where they could steal it. And you know how you know that's the case? Because after they steal something from you, then you going to take precautions so that don't happen no more. But you could have did that in the first place. You see what I'm saying? The other people, you're not the controller of their actions. You could only control the part that you play, right? So that never happens again. You said the media is bringing up the mayors taking trips to other cities, yet other mayors do the same thing. I guess maybe because they cut deals, aka do business. Nah, 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 nah. Stop it, fam. We know what she's doing out there in these houses of ill repute. Andre Coleman, man, you great as you listen. Start calling you James Brown, man. King Math. But I'm saying that all of that is a part, all of that is a part of this mindset. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning that, look, they continue daily, but we on point with our lessons every day too. Yeah, the mayor in St. Louis, she be partying with the other mayor. She be partying with the super mayor. Over there talking about they trying to get the bag. Yeah, you got to get Emblem on here because look, inquiring minds need to know. Andre Coleman said he's retiring soon. Where you retiring from, Andre Coleman? At first, when you brought her up, this councilwoman came to mind that they fired. She did some corrupt stuff, though, was blowing money and turning a blind eye to a murder that happened. Okay, so we got these two broads. What's her name? Sucky Hana and Sexy Red. Now, what the hell is going on out there? Is it like you ride into another dimension when you ride through that whatever that loop is they got out there on the highway? VC Realm, explain this to the people. Explain this. Why y'all doing this to us, man? You setting black people back 100 years. You setting black people back 100 years. Now, but seriously though, that is something I've been watching. And it's like it's a lot of ways to look at it. You know what I'm saying? But uh, you know, including New York, right? Uh, I think the dude in Chicago's in trouble. There's an Asian lady in Oakland that just got indicted. Like mayors is in particular, it seems like black mayors. Like, bro, that's like the streets now, man. Like city hall is a new trap. And it's a lot of black people. You know what I'm saying? And so, it's different ways I look at it. You know what I'm saying? One is that see, you got out of hand. Like see, I'm in New York, so I can say that, nah, the dude after Lightfoot, he's in trouble somehow now too. But on some level, with the mayor of New York, it's just that it's like you said, right? You doing you doing a lot of things that other politicians do. But guess what? You're not white. You can't do what they do. Yeah, Adams is indicted. He did stuff that he was doing, like the stuff that they say, and it's like, bro, don't nobody even care about that. Somebody called you because they wanted to get a permit for their building. Like, was the building not, if unless the building was not safe and but you just saying that, look, they sent the inspector over there to inspect the building. Like, that's it. Like, look, I was saying when they first called for that, I was like, see, other politicians is laughing at him, saying, like, bro, that's all you got. That's saying Sheldon Silver is laughing, but you not white. See, you forgot. And see, all these people, they old enough. All these people that's getting in trouble right now, they're around my age. So I know that they was told, just like I was told, you got to do twice as good to get half as much. See, like right now, Puffy's got to be thinking, yo, son, how come, how come Hugh Hefner didn't die in here? You not white. You cannot do what they do. So I don't know if that's the situation, in the other places, But so I think also them same white folks butter them up and shoot their heads up behind the scenes because they sure always have some in their respective entourages. Yeah, they be gassed up. But see, a lot of times when a person is gassed up, right? When a person is gassed up, a lot of times they the crash dummy. And that's always what I thought, you know what I'm saying? Like with it, that happened with Dinkins. Where it's like, bro, these problems been in the city. But now you're gonna act like it got something to do with David Dinkins. Like as soon as you get in office, okay, now that's when we expose all the problems. And then you know what it makes it look like. See, we try to give you people a chance. we, we try to give you people a chance, and this is how you repay us. this is this is what you do. So that's why I don't like it. But yeah, you said this. you said this girl took a artificial intelligence picture with Martin Luther King. Yeah, that's uh that's tragic. Did she at least have a respectable outfit on? Poor Martin Luther King, man. I'm saying, it is messed up though, right? Because, just because, she got whatever her behavior is, right? You know, uh, that don't necessarily say that she can't, have uh, respect for Martin Luther King. Oh man, she had Martin Luther King in a nightclub. Nah, that can't. That ain't happen. That ain't happen. G. That's like school on a Saturday, man. No class. Yeah, I think Martin Luther King. He probably would have a talk with her or whatever. So, you know what I mean. But I don't think you know. Uh, what he did. He did it for her too. As much as we may not like that, she still. Look, even the devil get a chance to clean themselves up. So uh, I mean, she is who she is, man. She is who she is. You know what I'm saying? But uh, while it's wrong, you know, uh, it's worse thing she could have posted. Sometimes you gotta realize that for some crowds of people, that's what they could do. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like I'm saying, for her and her friends, right? She probably thought that was a sister soldier move right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? Some of these same people, they the ones that's encouraging this behavior. So then, when something happens, but it's like, like I'm saying, look, let's say, VC Realm, right? One day, You came home from work, right? Sexy Red was parked on the street out there, right? You got out the car. She said, "Peace to God," right? You know what I'm saying? I heard about the knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to know, you know what I'm saying? They said you got the knowledge, right? Would you would you say, nah, you do all this fucking shit I can't. Would you, you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, I don't know what's on her mind, but I'm saying that it could be the first step. Like, what if that's some shit that we look back on and we like, yo, ever since she posted that picture with Martin Luther King, her music changed. You know, you ain't see certain things. What if that happened? But yeah, it's still it's tragic. It's tragic that that happened. Oh man, poor Martin Luther King, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What if she want to turn over a new leaf? Is she not allowed to do that? 21 Savage. Yeah, 21 Savage, he has been doing uh he got like some programs and stuff that I heard about. You know what I'm saying? And just in terms of, like the whole gangster image and all of that, I seen him tone it down. I don't listen to a lot of his stuff, but even the way he presents himself is a little bit different now. Yeah, man. See that? Yeah, go there, man. She's in search for the magnetic, perhaps. What you gonna say wishful thinking, King Math? If that changed her music, what's next? Yeah, I mean, right now the you know the there's no like intellectual uh content in the music like that. There's no message where, like how they say speaking truth to power or none of that. Right. So Far Bill said that could be career suicide. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know if uh there's necessarily a lane for her to change her music, but so much. But I mean, she's so far out there that she could tone it down. Hey, you could tone it down at least some. Yeah, you don't remember 21 Savage? He wore it was Halloween, I think, and he had the jacket on from the Paid in Full album. The jacket that Rakim had on. Not the same jacket he had, one made or whatever, but that was when that came out that brothers in Atlanta was building with him. Shaquem, what's the deal? said she probably wouldn't go in that direction until her 30s, though, once the juice is fully squeezed. Uh, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be her going in that direction. In terms of the juice being fully squeezed, right? Uh, they're already doing that. See, one thing about the music industry, right? You remember that Dave Chappelle had that skit where he went in the studio and he's supposed to be kicking a verse, but he didn't even say nothing. Like it was just silence, and they recorded it, put it out. It was coming on the radio, and it was no sound whatsoever, right? And everybody was dancing like, "Yo, this is the dopest record out." See, here's the thing: record labels really like that. Like if people would stream silence 1 billion times, a record label will put that out. They don't care. And see, the thing with her is she don't got another trick. So when it's over, it's over. Yeah, the, it's not just the controversy that's selling now, though. You know what I'm saying? You know, you could talk about the president, right? And it'd be controversial. You know what I mean? You could talk about consumerism, it'd be controversial, but uh specifically, you know, violence and prostitution seems to be what the vast majority of the people at the top what their music is about. you know. But see, I'm gonna tell you what's the the level of that though, right? At the end of the day, is that look, these people is a part of our society. Like that stuff that we just see on the, we see it on the videos and hear it in the music. That's some people's reality. You know, like these days, like, did you see the situation that happened in Philly? The young brother got returned, and then, after he got returned, they was like he had returned Gilly's son, where it's like, yo, and a lot of this stuff is just they in rival rap crews, man. Like, yo, what is going on, man? Right, the young brother that was playing ball. Yeah, they say he was nice at ball. He, was on his way to college and all of that. He had the highest score on the SAT in the school. You see, they go that piece of steel with the magnetic. Yeah, I seen the story, VC Ramos, but that's what I'm saying. Like this stuff is, it's like, yeah, you can complain about the music all you want. The thing is, that's life. See, because see, like I said, you can, designate which pieces still got the magnetic. So see, right now, like even if you an actor right now, right? What is it really gonna pay you to go to acting class and dancing class and singing class and all these different things when everybody on TV is a reality star and they getting paid to be ridiculous. They're not getting paid to practice no craft. And so, just by the point of look, you got poverty out there, right? If people is in poverty, they looking for a way out. And so the piece of steel with the magnetic is always going to seem like the easiest way out. Or the easiest way out is going to be the piece of steel with the magnetic. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's what happened with the drug game, every other game too. You know what I'm saying? So uh a lot of the young people, that's what they responding to. You know what I'm saying? There's no, I ain't gonna say there's no, but whoever's the back Elon Musk, you know what I'm saying? There's nobody like that's out there balling with it. The young people can say, yo, you know what? That's let me look at what this person right here is doing as leadership. You know what I'm saying? But instead, if you looking for leadership to people that crashed out by the time they 25, you know what I'm saying? Uh, I mean, we see the outcome. So my city's really bad with violence. My little brother caught up in it. At a point in time, I was one of the biggest adversaries I'm facing with teaching it. I mean, yes, I watch this stuff going on out there on YouTube too. And yeah, out there's and it's like ingrained. It's ingrained. So that's a big beef with comedians. The older ones don't appreciate the new social media comedians coming up doing all the commercials and stuff. Elon is headed to be a trillionaire. Now, he's about to crash and burn. He's slowly losing his mind. Mark my words. One of these days, you're going to wake up and hear that he's sitting in the padded room right next to Kanye. I mean, the social media, the you say you're on Adderall, right? Jake Paul and all. That's what I'm saying. Like people, are not getting paid. He's the biggest draw in boxing right now. Can't even have shot no a tweaker when I see you. Hey, listen, you're right. He do supplements. He's not all there. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing though, I don't think it's just that it's the social media, aspect of it. It's also just the you know well the internet in general, right? It led to everything kind of being mediocre. See, Siri, right? Wikipedia, these kind of things devalue expertise. Why do I have to respect the expert, right? When I can ask Siri. That's just one way, but just in general, you know, once you got everybody doing something, once you got everybody doing something, then nobody is exceptional. And so now what do how do you become exceptional? You gotta keep going over the top. See, that stuff is like drugs. You see that with Puffy, right? When the people is in the mix of doing whatever they doing, they having fun. But on the day when they wake up and the party is over, what I'm saying? You done lost everything or whatever. Now is when, regrets start to kick in. Yeah, he look a little bit like Data too. Remember Data? Remember Data from the new Star Trek? Elon Musk look and talk like him. know what I noticed too that happened with the internet, especially with that, going back a little ways to that SoundCloud generation. And I think this is something that happened in hip hop, is that there came a point when being bad at making music is kind of the point. You just have people like, yo, the music is bad, but they expressing themselves though. You know what I'm saying? And they talking about feelings that I had, suicide and taking pills and all of this stuff. And the fact that the music was bad was a plus. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, yeah, they expressing themselves, not, it's not all pretentious where they trying to kick all these fresh rhymes, because that's not the point. And you just starting to see a lot of those artists where it's like, yeah, this person was never good. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I always wondered about that. Why do he spell his name Playboy BOI? Yeah, the emo rappers that fit in that category. You know what I'm saying? But all them, the Lil Pumps and all of them, it's like see the internet also made it right where the biggest people, right, is the people that know how to master social media. You know what I'm saying? So for instance, uh Tesla doesn't make anywhere near the number of cars that Ford makes, or Toyota, or most of the other companies, right? But because Elon Musk knows how to play social media, you know what I'm saying? For big companies, that's a change that occurred. You know what I'm saying? In the internet, it's like, the internet will like, sometimes like there are theories on the internet, right, that was around for decades, but it just was in a little corner over there. But then on the internet, and all of these various people, you know what I'm saying, it's a off beat, all got exposed to it. And then it exploded. Oh man, yeah, the face tattoos. Tattoos is one thing, right? But face tattoos is, you're dedicated, right, to not being part of society. Yeah, I see that develop like that too. You see, ultimately, like I said, a lot of the stuff is it's the impact that this stuff, had on the society. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't really want uh, people be successful, you know what I'm saying, and you could be happy for them and all of that, but uh, once, especially through hip hop, right? Once they became the top guy, uh, in terms of who's the number one rappers. If you got all of the number one rappers is 5%, that's having a certain impact. You know what I'm saying? Now that basically right now, right, who's at the top of the game? Who's at the top of the game right now that's not in the game? Like the game is almost like the name brand, right? And then the rapper is the product. Like the game is like Kellogg's, and then this rapper is Frosted Flakes, and this rapper is Fruit Loops, and this rapper is Apple Jacks. You know what I'm saying? But the game is the name brand. So when you go in the store, because of the advertising and everything that the name brand has done, right? The Kellogg's just catch your eye faster because it's familiar, whether you was paying attention fully to the commercial or not, right? When you see that product, it registers. And, and I don't listen to a lot of the music, so I really don't know who's out, but that's what I'm saying. That really don't listen to it is mostly only the people at the very top that I ever really hear. And whoever's not in the game is, pretty much pushing, being thought out real hard. You saw learning a lot of these rappers educated, but but to promote that shit to the masses. I left most of that fake stuff alone. I mean, listen, that's you know, one of the things they doing with that, I'm not saying that they sat around in a room and thought of that. I don't know if they sat around in a room and made that decision, but uh, this type of stuff is is a high form of segregation. Like getting the youth involved with that stuff is a high form of segregation because, you know, once they, once they follow behind these people that they think is real, right? Like I just say, they think is real. The people we think have really had these principles before they snitch and all that. Uh, they never going to be able to be fully integrated into the society. You know what I'm saying? Rather, like you said, because they got uh tattoos or rather they got you know, so she is how they, they take have to take uh a method so you're a higher level. Um, Drewski and the could have been record skit. I didn't skit. I'm breaking up. 1, 2, 1, 2. But now, but yeah, the impact, like uh, a group of people that got me like, look, I have no idea uh the why ends. Oh, segregation. That the way they affecting the community through a lot of this stuff right now is still segregation because ultimately they get in the youth right by pumping this music. They get in the youth involved with things that they're not going to be able to be. They're not going to be able to be integrated into the society, into the society fully. You know what I'm saying? Rather, it's on a social plane, political plane, economic plane. You know, they're not going to be able to get certain jobs with tattoos on their face. With the jail records, with they frying their brains with pills and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like some of these people, like, look, I seen people smoke crack for decades and not have the wear and tear on them that Lil Wayne got on them. Like the stuff that they doing, man. You know what I'm saying? So uh at the end of the day, you still kept them, you still kept them where you wanted them to. You understand what I'm saying? Just like, look, the first time they knew they didn't want to fully integrate us into the society. So they start building jails. See, that's why it's no problem. It's no problem. Uh, you know what I'm saying? If drugs come out, because yeah, we wasn't gonna get these people no jobs anyway. And so right now, you know, I think that's one of the things that's happening right now is that it's like, okay, we've integrated as many black women as we want to. You know, we got enough Condoleezza Rices and whatever else that we need, right? We got enough of everything that we need. We don't need no more of them in the system. You know, they ostracizing themselves, but uh, they being encouraged to do that. See, it's like kids is more protected physically, but way less protected mentally. You know what I'm saying? Like, physically, yeah, I go outside, don't nobody know where I'm at. I'm playing in the exact specific place where they told me not to go. Physically, you could do that. But mentally, nothing's coming on TV, that's corrupting my mind like that. You know what I'm saying? That's, making me, giving me these high explosives to experiment with. Like they kept the high explosives and the matches away from you. You had to sneak and do that. Like who remembers back in the days when a certain scene would come on TV and somebody grown to cover your eyes, or something might be being said, they cover your ears. This same person let you go outside and hey, look, Lord, you come back in one piece, we good. But they're not gonna let you see. But even in terms of the advertising at one time, that was kind of off limits. You couldn't really advertise the children like that. It was a dude back in the days named Soupy Sales, and he had a kid show, and he had some type of doll or something that he was selling, and so he says at the end of the show, he's like, "Okay, boys and girls, you know, we selling this doll right here for this price right here. So you know what you gotta do, right? Go inside mommy's purse, go inside daddy's wallet, and take out this much right here and mail it to this place over here so you could get your doll." So of course, uh, you know, that didn't go over so well. But at the time, they just, this is like back in the 50s, I think. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the early 60s or something. So whatever it was, you know, that's when they kind of, because of that event, they kind of put the it was kind of a layer there that you can't really, you can't be advertising the kids, man, because they don't have enough rationality to to discern stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never heard about the kids. Like, I think a girl ordered a pony or something like that on the Alexa. How many seasons did Super Sales run? It was a big show. It was like a top 10 show. It wasn't. It's before my time. So I seen it a couple times in the reruns. But see now, when you look at the when you look at all the top movies, right? When you look at a lot of the top commercial, the top selling stuff, it's little kid stuff. Harry Potter, and even all that Marvel stuff, is still appealing to the little kid and grown people. Soupy sales. But see, all of that, you allowed to do that now. See, like back in the days, you had to spend your time learning to be an adult. Like, it was only certain kids' time. Commercials came on Saturday morning. Then you might see a little Batman, little Tom and Jerry, in the afternoon, say like between 4 and maybe like 5:30, 6 o'clock. You might get a little TV, you know what I'm saying? But now they got whole channels that's just dedicated to cartoons. They see all of that stuff. That stuff is torture techniques. I'm not saying is exactly the same, but all of that, uh, you know, constantly keeping your attention, not letting you sleep, blasting music, or whatever, just stimulating you, keeping the lights on and images going and shit. All that they torture people like that. They break people down like that, right? And put their mind into a suggestive state. They do stuff like that to wipe people's mind out, like wipe out all their memories and everything. And then program them to be a crash dummy. And I'm saying, you know, I see that in the, what I'm saying? Like, people staying in this childlike state where, they suggestible like that. Look how a political issue, they could, put a political issue out there, and people is all outraged and everything, and it really is not even that serious. But they could gas you up at any time. They've planted the trigger words. You know, somebody use a particular word, they get a certain response. Right or wrong. Certain people, you talk about, you say a certain word, you get a certain response. So, ultimately, that's what I seen. It's like people like, look, you know who I can't figure it out. The Y ends. I don't even know what YN stands for. All I know is stay away from the YNs. The YNs is dangerous. The YNs will shoot you down over a couple of blips on the screen. A couple of pixels on the cell phone screen, the YNs will blow your head off. Oh, you grew up with the YNs? Yeah, that's what I said. See, my daughter, my daughter went to school with the YNs. What is the deal with that? Like, how did that happen? Where did that come from? I can't. Those YNs, man. Oh, that's just what it is. It's just young. Yeah, I just started seeing that over. People just call themselves YN. Like, man, shit. If you notice, volume on the commercials are purposely louder than the shows to get your attention for whatever they're selling. Indeed. And the YN will unalive you for listening to the wrong music in their area, right? The YNs is they off the they listen. They don't even know what life is. Like, what is this? Just throw that shit out. The fuck is life? Throw that shit out. Open the window. Throw that shit out of here. So they like to impress each other and they're very emotional and barely any big homies. Anyone who is older are rats and leading them in the wrong direction. Yeah, yeah, listen, you right about that. They fly off the chain. Oh yeah, they gotta be strapped. Because the YNs, very few of them weigh over 135 pounds because they always taking them pills and drinking lean. The YRNs. Yeah, I missed the YRNs. I ain't even see that. The YNs, they jumped out. The YNs, they jumped out. Yeah, yeah, the dudes with the man, yeah, with the shiesties on and all that. Yeah. That's look in the summertime. Yeah, no. Hell, man. You used to be a YN too. So the YNs is 13 to 24. Yeah, that's my dirty. But I'm just saying, just the fact that that's a thing, that's a thing, man. That you got uh, people striving to be the top YN, man. Those is the things to me, that I'm like, yo, because it works both ways. You know what I'm saying? But I am inclined to think that the music reflects the society first, right? And then the music amplifies it, right? And brings people to it. You know what I'm saying? Like the gang world already existed, right? And so that was reflected in people that was from those areas music. But then once they put it in the music, then it exploded into places that it never existed before. He said, my two sons, 29 and 28 soon, but I raised them not to use that in, infernal word and never assume such an attitude, strictly a warrior's code. He said to be the top YN, you gotta be returned. If not, you ain't rocking right. Now you could get you could be facing 20 or 30 years. You be a YN like that too. See, a lot of that stuff, with uh, with my sons, because they grew up during the when that was really exploding. You know what I'm saying? The Dipset era and all of that. You know what I'm saying? When Chief Keef, all that stuff start coming out. You know what I'm saying? But uh, to a certain degree, what I seen is that they kind of already was like, yeah, y'all just getting on this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I already, you know what I'm saying? I already know what time it is, right? You know what I'm saying, from my house. So I don't have to really be getting involved with nothing with you, you know what I'm saying, to be a part of something. Like I'm already, you know what I'm saying? Cause they used to be around the same kids that ended up doing that, but and at the end of the day, look, Quizarquaco Levine, right? Is that something? Because look, you just said that your two sons, right, is not like that, right? And I just said that my 2 cents is not involved with that, right? Now, the common denominator, right, is us. It's one of the common denominators there. You know, how much how much of a factor is that in the creation of the YNs? You know, because like you said, the way a lot of them act is like, yeah, y'all dudes is I don't think y'all got a lot of male role models. You know, and if you do, it's from somebody that didn't have a lot of male role models. So King Mav, you said you think that is you think that's a factor in the creation of the YNs is uh, a lack of male role modeling. See, but I'm gonna tell you another thing. You know, that's something that happened that who people look at as role models, right? That kind of started with pop culture, like in the 60s. Like if you look back at the 50s, right? Like Duke Ellington and Nat King Cole, Billie Holiday, they wasn't teenagers. Not saying that when they started out, they might have been teenagers, but if anything, when they was teenagers, they wasn't really making no noise. Like they just starting out. With the people who were stars is people who have been in the industry and paid their dues and hone their craft. See, in the 60s with pop culture, you start getting these people that, look, oh, that kid right there. He got the look. Just don't worry, he got the look. Just get it, just put him on stage. We got people to play the music and do everything else. Just put him on stage. You understand what I'm saying? And just kind of valuing young people's opinions over older people's wisdom. That's something that happened in the society, and to the point where look, uh, I don't think there's gonna be this. This is something I talk to young people about, right? Where it's like, look, I don't think it's gonna be no legends, no more legends, because it's like you said, you a YN until you get yourself locked up forever or get yourself killed, right? So, you know, after that is yeah, like you just an old head. Like it's not like, probably the last person I could say, you hear like they old music and everything is probably like Nicki Minaj or somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? And uh yeah, I see it. I see the impact that doing that had on society. You know what I'm saying? Where uh, you know, once upon a time, the good parents was the ones that said no. But now the parents that say no is considered the bad parents. You know what I'm saying? Whatever your child comes in the house at 7 years old, right, and say, look, I think I'm a giraffe. Now that parent has to take them down to the zoo and put them in the giraffe pen, right? Or they abusing the child. That's the way it works now. When I was locked up, I was in a program, Read to Your Child, and the teacher gave us mad info on the mental and emotional benefits of the father being involved in the child's life. I do think this, some things is hitting rock bottom. You know what I'm saying? Just like you're seeing a lot of things being exposed, right? You know what I'm saying? A lot of things, hitting rock bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like, and a lot of things, but you're seeing a lot of worlds that existed fall apart. Worlds that depended on loyalty, right? The loyalty turned out to not really be there. You know what I'm saying? Worlds that depended on having all this money. The money turned out to not be there no more. You know what I'm saying? If it ever was. You know what I'm saying? A lot of, lifestyles that people been leading that it ain't no future in it. They've reached that point. They've reached the end of the line. Some of this stuff is, like for instance, see the YNs can only be the YNs because they moms is cooking for them. See, that's one thing I noticed about the YNs. They moms be on Instagram with them too. They be facilitating this stuff. Some of them you see the pops too. Is Devin Haney? Is Devin Haney a YN? I think he's in that age group. Okay, right. Okay, they order in fast food, right? But still somebody's paying for that. Yeah, John Moran, yeah, he's Hawaiian. Yeah. And look, another good great example. Like that to me is the thing with the YNs is they don't even need to be doing this. Not saying that is right or wrong, right? But if these two people is, they conflicting with each other and, you know, they both selling drugs in the same area, at least you can comprehend why this is going down. You said, "Ja, calm down." Yeah, you lose $50 million, you calm down too. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough to calm down even a YA. Oh man, Zion, man, he's a bust. I don't even know why they talk about him, man. He's like a type of class clown where it's like, just stop talking about him. You stop. And they keep talking about he wants to get traded to New York. No, 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 no. No, you don't. Nah, 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 nah. See, first of all, right, any trade for him, it's like, bro, what you want? Two fourth round picks. And any trade for him is gonna wait, Canelo and Bud is gonna fight. And I just got the TV too. I was watching Sanford and Son all day. Fred G. Sanford. You know, my son is named after Fred G. Sanford. See, I'm I'm B, right? Then my next son is born, and then he's C, but not CSEE or CEE. It's C period. Like Fred G period Sanford. But yeah, though, so that's a good. But when you said the fight is supposed to be September, you said? Okay, we can use Ant-Man, but see, I'm saying that you got to remember, right? For certain players, you're gonna have to give people up. So this is what I'm saying. Like, if we got to give up like Brunson, you know what I'm saying? I doubt they're gonna give up Cat right now. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, whoever it is, like, if we got to give up a significant anything, if we got to give up depth, anything, then nah, it's not worth it for somebody that ain't never played 30 games. And at the end of the day, you already injured. So even if you start hooping right now, right? How much how much you got left in the tank now? You already he don't need no coupons. He got plenty of money. He beat the NBA for 200, $300 million, whatever he got. He got plenty of money. He can go ahead and do what he got to do. But don't come to the Knicks. But yeah, like I said, a lot of stuff is coming, to a point where people gonna have to see what's important. People is gonna have to see what's important. Zion had made $200 or $300 million. I mean, he will put like this: his contract, they got to pay it out over the time, but it's guaranteed. Remember, he had that. He already had the night commercial. He got the Domino's pizza commercial. He got money. I'm saying I'm not giving him no coupon. You know what I'm saying? If anybody else wants to volunteer their money for him, you can do what you do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The sneakers, all that. He got money. But you know, getting back to my point, just in terms of the impact that that's having on society, you know what I'm saying? And the way a lot of things is breaking down, you know what I'm saying? A lot of things is breaking down in public. The ugly side of a lot of things is getting shown. You know what I'm saying? The ugly side of the streets is getting shown a lot more now. The consequences is coming quicker. See, that's the science, man. Is that see, even with these teachings, man, that's what it's really that's the message there. Is that see somebody put up there that the YNs is 13 to 24. You know what that means? We supposed to be teaching pre-13. You know, everybody, supposed to get the knowledge or whatever, but I'm saying that's the difference between the knowledge being in elementary schools and junior high schools, right? And the knowledge being, in the military, in colleges, you know what I'm saying? Is that, you know, those is the people that, the devil is presently working on them. They're being fed the wrong foods as we speak. They're being made blind, deaf, and dumb as we speak. You see what I'm saying? So you can't wait until after the devil has thoroughly done his job, right? This person is all the way blind, and then you're going to give them you gonna give them some John Henry Clark to read. You're gonna wait until they all the way deaf to start playing Malcolm X tapes for them. That's what that means. That the focus, in terms of the ages that we reaching out to, got to get younger. You know what I'm saying? And that's where, see, it's easy to hang out with your friends, right? Boy, we need more prevention than intervention. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a road to the penitentiary. You know what I'm saying? It's a road to, you know, drug abuse or all various stuff. You see what I'm saying? And, a lot of times it's like, yo, we waiting until this person is knocking on the door to say, nah, don't go over there. See, because like I said, they're getting younger and younger, right? And what they're introducing the children to. And they becoming more and more, they got more freedom. They got more freedom to do their indoctrination in the school systems. Like when you go to school, that's one of the things they do with the indoctrination is they tell you that, look, educated and informed people see things this way. What's happening? Look, I seen what's happening on the. I was gonna look at that, but look, I saw a good time. I mean, not good times. Actually, I saw a good times too, but I saw Sanford and Son. But it was the later seasons though. Remember when Fred got the Wiz, when he had the Wiz Evelyn? Yeah, that's the season. That's the season I was watching right then. So that's the difference. see that see that's the difference between looking at that show now, right? And you know, looking at it back, when I was in the YN age group, right? Is that uh all the different stuff that about the whiz that he got. Like I ain't never noticed that back in the days. See, a lot of how they get the kids on their side is just with flashiness. like an example of what I'm talking about, right? Is in New York at one time the the Italians and the Jews was partners. They had a partnership in the underworld in New York City. You know, it actually extended outside of New York City, but in particular, the point that I'm making is that they said that the Jewish gangsters, right, that after they finished their jobs or whatever, they used to go live on like Park Avenue or something. Like they'd go live in an area where everybody else in the area is doctors and lawyers, and they never let their kids know what they was doing. So they kids saw doctors and lawyers and dentists in a neighborhood, having things, and they parents encouraged them to go into that world. They didn't even let them know they was in the underworld. Whereas the Italians never left the hood. Like they stayed right in the hood. So now they in the hood, right, where they the only people with money. They the dudes wearing all the fancy clothes and the jewelry and the cars and everything. So the Italian kids looked up to them. You understand what I mean? As opposed to the Jewish kids looked up to the doctors and the lawyers and the dentists. So that's what they became. You know what I'm saying? And the Italian kids looked up to the gangsters, so the ones who went that route, that's what they became. You know what I'm saying? New York was a place where, people that had the knowledge was shining. You know what I'm saying? People from other places, you know what I'm saying? Marcus Garvey, it don't matter who, right? Come to New York because, if you got knowledge, you could shine there. You see what I'm saying? So if that's the people, then yeah, that's what the this is actually the style. This is actually cool, right? To have some knowledge, to know what's going on, right? Even the 85s, right? That was always a bugged out record to me though, right? Craig G had a record that said I could get stupid just by dropping signs. Now, if you know the slang, stupid just meant, you're gonna, it meant, something is bigger than life. You know what I mean? Like, yo, he had a stupid chain on. His chain was stupid fat. You know what I'm saying? So, that's what he was saying, but I'm just saying stupid and driving signs, a little bit of misnomer there. Right? Or you got Flavor Flav with the clock on, because I know what time it is with the reality out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not caught up. That was so the kids that's my age, right? When you listen to the radio, the top dudes on there is kicking knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, you've seen the knowledge, peak during that time. And look, it was positive and negative. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was about, people having facts and being able to express them. But look, it was that too. That, the brothers that had the truckers jury, right? Hey, look, and back then, see now it's about having truck jury, right? It was about having truck jury back then too, but it was about who could have truck jury and rock it anywhere. They see Radio Raheem. Remember Radio Raheem was a big dude. Yeah, you had to be about that life. to have a big box like that. Of course, back then, dudes is knuckling up, but I'm you still you better be ready. Like that. That's how dudes that have big radios like that. That's how they looked. That you just seen anywhere. Like, dude, just get on the bus. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you had to. So the people that could do that, like you down on the dupes. You know, you, who's rocking truck jewelry out there? You better, because Brooklyn's in the building. If you if they see you slipping, Brooklyn Brooklyn is in the building. If they smell 1 cent of fear on you, you done. Listen, is that a bead of sweat I see right there? But just saying all that to say that look, that's all that's entailed. We got to start showing and proving. We got to start showing and proving the fruits of this, right? To where in what era you talking about? But the people have to see, because remember, they take things on face value. You know what I'm saying? The people you try and teach people that take things on face value. So what that means is some things they got to see it with the two naked eyes. You see what I'm saying? Like, look, just to use an analogy, right? You got to feed the people some fish. But you talking all this magical power shit, you got to show and prove. See, we can't be, the lowest people in society, and then we try to teach people that we the most high. The 80s, I mean, came in like a lamb, went out like a lion. you know, that's pretty much, man. That's see, the positive really was just the people. You know what I'm saying? Like the people, whoever you was cool with, you know what I'm saying? But in terms of, see, and that's what I'm saying, right? See, society kind of collapsed. You know what I'm saying? Like it just came a point when, look, police ain't even get out their cars. Like, shouldn't it be happening? The police should ride past. The police should ride past, look at the people. They might pull over for a second and then drive off. You know what I'm saying? People shit burned to the ground. Fire department ain't coming. You know, the library was closed down. It was literally, look, everybody was coming their own. But it was like that in other places too, though. But it's just that, one thing that did it was the Yankees. See, because the Yankees is an international thing, right? You had international eyes on Yankee Stadium, and things was going on around Yankee Stadium. So there's a famous Yankee game, right? At least in New York is famous, right? Where uh, Howard Cosell is announcing the Yankee game, and some buildings is on fire. Some buildings is on fire during the broadcast of the Yankee game. You know what I'm saying? I think Howard Cosell said something like, the Bronx is burning or something. You know what I mean? You had that, and uh there's a place over there by Gratona Park. That's like Boston Road and close over there, going over there on like the Freeman Street side. And during the 70s and the 80s, right? Whoever was running, whoever was running for president, whoever was running for president used to uh used to come to that spot and campaign. And so a lot of that stuff that happened in the P is because of the Cross Bronx Expressway. So that really got finished, like in the 70s. And then, all of the stuff, that a lot of stuff was really precipitated by them building that highway right through the middle of everything. And when Jimmy Carter was running for president, he came over there and he said, yo, it looks like the Blitz. It looks like the Blitz after World War II. Like this, no, he said it looks like Europe after the Blitz. You know what I'm saying? The way Europe was all bombed out after World War II. And so if you go over there now by Gratona Park and you see all those private houses there, that started from Jimmy Carter coming in, and he vowed to build it back. You know what I'm saying? But I remember he came there. Walter Mondale came there. I remember Jesse Jackson coming there. But for a period of time, they was coming over there. So look, this is just another thing that the national eyes the national eyes is seeing the P looking like that, but they not seeing Bushwick. They not seeing Brownsville. They not seeing East New York. They not seeing Harlem. You see what I'm saying? And then here's another thing that happened. When the movies went out, see, when the movies went out, right? You know, Harlem, they got black exploitation, right? You know, Black Caesar, you know, all the you know, everybody's getting money, right? Brooklyn, they got Saturday Night Fever, Boogie. The P got Fort Apache. The P got Fort Apache. So just saying that the image, right? All right, happy born day, God. So just saying that the image that went out, like, see, for instance, right? A lot of people don't even know. If you don't live in New York, you probably don't know that there's a Brooklyn Zoo. And that the Brooklyn Zoo, they actually claim that. The people from Brooklyn actually claim they're a zoo. Nobody in the Bronx ever said that. The Bronx Zoo is where the animals be, man. But y'all listen to Wu-Tang. The people claim Brooklyn Zoo. Not just W. I heard Q-Tip saying that. He ain't even from Brooklyn. So just saying that, you know, a lot of things is just the image that people saw in the media that separated it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, right now, you know, when people think about the Bronx, they really only thinking about 174th Street in Boston Road. Like a lot of the movies that you see that, you know, that they Fort Apache is around there. Beat Street around there. But see, there's areas in the P like Riverdale that Riverdale got private streets with their own police. Like it's all mansions there. Like you can't you really can't, you know, walking into Riverdale. Nah, you see what I'm saying? Like Riverdale, see, place like Park Slope is because that's new construction, whereas Riverdale is old money. So you probably, if you look on the map, it's going to say that Park Slope is a more expensive area, but I'm saying Riverdale is like that. The Valley, all them different areas like that, you would not know that this is in the same, you know, city with 174th Street and Boston Road. But yeah, Fort Greene, whole bunch of areas. Not for nothing. That's why a lot of them areas look so good now. Because they were so, you know, kind of bombed out and abandoned that it's like, yeah, you could go in there and do whatever brand new. But we really, man, just came on here. I came on here to test this equipment and end up flowing through too many topics. Yeah, I messed up my plans for dinner now and everything. Let's see what I'm gonna do. Put this here. So everybody know how we do, right? If you're still here, if you didn't get a chance to yet, do the each one teach one, hit the like button. You know, I'm up. I got 13 subscribers to go. Oh man, yo, you did have you seen that born? Even though I'm gonna tell you something, don't let a lot of these new buildings fool you, man. A lot of these shits are just future projects. You know, just the way they doing the construction now. You know, like I was talking to somebody and he was saying how it's like it's two basic thicknesses of sheetrock. And at one time, they only they like the walls used to always be made out of the thickest sheetrock, and only the ceiling would have the thin sheetrock. But then now they making the whole thing out of that thin sheetrock. Like just a lot of these buildings, they be new, but a lot of all the money is spent on the facade of the building. When you get in there, you like, yo, what this, you know, this is, but that's another story. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. You know, like I said, I'm about 13 subscribers away from 2,000. So if you haven't subscribed, I need 13 people. Just look at it's just it's a petty little goal. I know it's a petty little goal, but that's what I'm doing right now. So if you haven't joined yet, wow, I got 755 videos. But if you haven't joined in yet, right? Subscribe to the channel for me. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, tomorrow is Sunyez do his thing on Sunyez 7. On Sunyez 7, that's his YouTube channel. And so, I don't know. We'll see what's going on Friday because it's extremely cold. Even though I have been outside, it's not something I'm gonna be doing. It's not something I'm gonna be doing for an extended period. So maybe we'll see each other Friday, which Wise does his thing on Friday. So I might pop up on his live stream. Let's see what happens. You know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, between time, I'm gonna sign off and say peace.